So I just want to point out before I have to talk over the torches again that I have closed captioning on the screen. We're going to be using these torches all day today, so that's going to make it a lot easier to understand what I'm saying right there. But we actually have two completely separate things going on at the same time right now. At the center bench, this is what I'm going to be focusing on the most. We have an artist here, Eric Wall, who's making these large matchsticks. And he has already created one earlier today, if not more. They go by decently fast because it's a popular item of his, so he makes them a lot. And then over on that right bench, we're going to have, once again, just a completely separate project. This is a couple of our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team members, and they'll be making some store items. I think that it might be this piece that they have on the front pedestal as an example. Okay. Yeah, so once again, I'll just be focusing mostly on the center bench, though. This process is really interesting. This piece of glass is actually hollow, despite how small and thin it is. And of course, if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. It's like you're in a private show right now, huh? So to stretch a piece of glass, sometimes we will swing it back and forth. You'll even see people go as far as spinning it 360 degrees all the way around. But this is just creating a little bit of centrifugal force, kind of an outward pulling force from that spinning or swinging motion, and it's going to elongate that glass faster. Also, with these matchsticks, we apply a color to the very tip of them because some of them, the unburned ones, they have a red tip, and then the burned ones, they actually apply a black powdered glass to make it appear as if it's been burned down to a certain point. But when we do that, they kind of seemingly disappear around the corner to the left side of the hot shop. So whenever you see that happening, they're going and they're adding that extra layer of color over top. And right now it's a little bit hard to see what Eric is doing, but he's going in with a piece of chalk and marking all the way around the side of this matchstick, just so far down. This is probably a guideline as to where he wants to place that black powdered glass. And their next step, they've just brought it over to the left bench. This is just a temporary placement of this piece. They're just trying to keep it warm before they go into the powder booth, which is where we apply that glass powder. So for those who just joined in, we're at an exciting moment right now. They've just gone around the corner with this large piece of glass that's turning into a matchstick, and they've gone inside of something called the powder booth. We usually do have a view of this booth. Sometimes it just doesn't work. It's just a funky little camera in there. But, oh, here we go. Here we have a view of the powder booth. So this is just a completely fine, crushed, powdered black glass that we're sprinkling over the surface of this super hot piece of glass. And this is meant to look like the matchstick has burned down to a certain point. So our artist, Eric Wall, will create basically a whole set of these matchsticks, and he'll start with one that is basically completely untouched. It has the red tip, and then he'll create a variety of matchsticks that have been burned down. And I'll be able to show you one of those sets on the screen pretty soon here. I just want to point out that they are, yeah, so this is exactly what I was talking about. This is a poster as well. I've seen it hung up in many different places before where they make glass. So this is one of Eric Wall's most popular pieces that he makes right here. Thank you. And right after applying that powder, we lightly heat up that same spot to melt the powder in. It permanently sticks. And then we'll go for multiple layers of that powder just to make sure that it's really rich. And for those who have recently joined, I haven't pointed out the right bench yet. This is a completely different project that's going on. This is our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, and they're making some items for the store. And these are turning out to be kind of vase-shaped pieces, which they had described as a cooling tower shape, which I didn't know what that was personally, but apparently it's almost like an hourglass, but it has a flat top and a flat bottom. Yeah, if you guys ever have any questions, just let me know. So I actually get this question a lot. The reason they're torching the back end of the piece, kind of where the glass is connected to the pipe, is because this is the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out, so it's cooling down much quicker than any other part of the glass. And we have to make sure that everything stays at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is a warm temperature for glass. It's actually solid at that point, surprisingly. When it's above that temperature, then it will start to melt. But we're just trying to keep it at that safe, happy temperature. Yeah, those torches are around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And now to create just a little bit more of a natural shape, Eric is going in with the newspapers, which have been folded up, soaked with water a little bit, and he's physically squeezing in almost a waist into this black area of the glass. Testing, testing. All right, I have closed captioning back up on the screen. And for those who just joined in, welcome to the Hot Shop. We have a couple of different things going on at the same time, so the Hot Shop is going to look very busy today. But we have Eric Wall at the center bench. He's the one holding onto the pipe right now, and he's designed and is creating these matchsticks. These are pretty popular items of his, so I think I've seen them made like 3 times now, but they're really cool, really fun to watch. And since he's made them many times, he has really developed different ways to make them very realistic looking. And it looks like they're kind of finishing this one off. We just were dipping the end of the matchstick in a bucket of water, which is cracking the glass. So if you were to look closer at this piece, you should see a little bit of crackling on the surface, which once again is just adding to those layers of detail. And right now we're heating up this area where the glass is connected to the pipe, kind of the back end of the piece, because it's cooling down faster than anything else. And we just want to make sure that all of this heat is at least relatively balanced. And everything has to stay at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, if not higher, because the glass can crack if it drops below that temperature. And I know that sounds really hot, but the glass is still completely solid at that point. So you can see somebody getting suited up over on the right side of the Hot Shop, and this is going to allow them to pick this piece of glass up to put it away. These Kevlar gloves are the same material as firefighting suits. So right now they're just building up all this heat in that connection point until they start to see a little bit of movement exactly in that connection point. And then to break the piece off, they'll usually apply a little bit of water to purposefully crack the glass. And this is always an exciting but anxiety-inducing moment when we break the piece off, because this is where it's most likely to break. But these guys have made these pieces so many times at this point, so I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, we'll apply some water, tap the pipe, and that should pop the piece right off the end. They're taking a quick measurement, making sure they're hitting the length that they want. And then just to point out, it looks like we're starting the next matchstick already over on the left bench, so I'll make sure to focus on that as soon as they finish this one, and you guys can see the process from the beginning. I really love when the matchstick is hot in the Hot Shop because it looks like it's glowing as if you just blew it out, like glowing embers. Yeah, they're breaking it off right now. So once again, they're just applying a little bit of water right here. Then they're going to hold at that connection point and then tap the pipe. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing at that matchstick. Thank you. And if you're curious about this box, this is an annealer, and it's held at around 925 degrees Fahrenheit all day while we fill it up. So we'll just continue to throw things in there, and then with the press of a button at the end of the day, it just slowly ticks down overnight. It slowly cools that glass down, and this is the annealing process. It's going to prevent thermal shock, which happens when you let the glass either cool too quickly or even heat up too quickly. And Oh yeah, definitely. You don't want to handle it for too long if possible. One for the glass and then two for yourself as well. But yeah, you could feel the heat through the gloves. It's an impressive amount of heat. The glass is still sitting right around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit when we put it away. And then just to point out, the completely molten glass, where we start our projects, how we start anything, is sitting inside of these large tanks with the closed doors specifically, and those are sitting at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. This molten glass inside of those tanks is kind of like the texture of honey. It's a large ceramic crucible, to be specific, and inside of it is just a pool of molten glass, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of it. So whenever you see us using those tanks, that's us getting another layer of glass either just on the end of our pipe or to completely cover up the glass on the end of our pipe, just building layer upon layer. And I want to show off a little bit of Eric's work. So could I have his slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So just to show you some final products of Eric Wall's work, especially keep an eye out for those matchsticks like you saw at the very beginning of the slideshow. Oh, and his blue-footed boobies, I had seen him make these one time. Those were really fun. So the way that we're getting the color for the body of the matchstick, this sort of wooden color, we are rolling our glass in this dish that we have on the table here. And could we have a view of the left bench, please? Thank you. So you can actually see this bowl in the left corner of this screen. And inside of this bowl is something called frit, F-R-I-T. It's basically just these little shards of colored glass, almost like sand. And we're picking them up by simply rolling the molten glass through it. And this is just one of a few different ways that we popularly color glass in the hot shop. Another way that we color glass is something that you might have seen over on the right bench, which is a color overlay. So we'll take a molten solid piece of color and we'll drop it onto a small clear bubble and spread it over top to completely cover up that clear. And then we'll gather layers of clear over top of it just to build up mass more than anything else. And that gives us a really smooth layer of color. But we're using frit for the match over on the matchstick, I should say, for the left bench because it gives more texture to the piece. It makes it appear more realistic, as if it's actually wood, as if it's actually been charred on the end of the matchstick. And of course, if you guys ever have any questions about what's going on the right bench, feel free to let me know. I just want to point out once again that I'm going to be focusing mostly on the matchsticks here at the center and left side of the hot shop. So if you have any questions, just drag my attention over. I'll see you with your raised hand. So this metal table, this is called the Marver, and we do have these throughout the hot shop, the largest one being this one at the center bench that Eric is using at the moment. And we'll roll the glass bubble on the Marver to shape it, but also sometimes to cool the glass down wherever it's touching the table. And that's going to prevent the bubble from blowing out too much in that section, so we can kind of control the thickness of the glass and the overall shape, of course. And then you saw him blowing just a little bit after he rolled the glass on the table, just expanding that bubble inside, blowing out the warmer sections and leaving those colder sections a little bit thicker. Oh, something I always find fun to share is what it feels like to work with the glass. So, of course, when you first start, you are kind of instinctually afraid of the heat. You get close to that piece of glass and your body tells you to pull away. So you start to handle the heat a lot better once you've been working with it for a while. These guys are standing really close to the furnaces, working really closely with the glass. And when you're physically working with the glass with these tools, you can feel the texture just by using those tools. And I would say the texture of the glass when we're working with it is usually kind of a putty or a taffy texture. It kind of acts like sugar, where it can be completely molten, kind of honey textured. It can be a taffy texture, and then once it cools, it's completely solid again. Also, I do want to highlight what they're about to do over on the right bench real quick. So they're about to use a mechanism that we don't frequently see in the hot shop. This is basically a roller wrap that they're going to be creating, because they're using these rollers to wrap some glass around the bubble. And this is going to create perfectly spaced small lines of color across the entire bubble, almost like a spiral. And that's what Sarah is heating up and preparing inside of the furnace over there on the right now. She'll bring it over pretty soon. So this touches down on the glass, and then as they rapidly turn, this is just following all the way around the bubble. And you can see they're going in with this small torch as well. This is just to heat up those thin strands of glass. Because they're so thin, they're cooling down very quickly. We want to make sure they really stick to the surface. So those pieces that they're making are going to have that sort of spiral design throughout the entire thing. And it looks like at the center bench, we're really getting ready to blow this bubble out, stretch it out into that matchstick shape. We have already started to lengthen this bubble quite a bit. And we have this setup in the front here that's basically acting as a mold, which has a door on it. So we'll close that door, and it's held closed as we blow the bubble inside of this metal mold. So this is going to just take on the shape of a perfect kind of rectangular shape. And just like that, we have the overall shape of our matchstick. And as you noticed, they had a small amount of glass sticking out of the top of the mold, and that was slowly blowing out a little bit. And that's going to be the head of the matchstick. So kind of a 2-in-1. They've created both parts of the matchstick in one go. Oh, and I just want to point out about the color real quick. Some people every now and then they'll ask about the color. Why is it changing color throughout the process? And this is just because of the heat that's being applied to the glass. It's literally glowing as if it's lava, because it is pretty similar to lava. It is so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat. And that's why the glass appears orange. But as this cools down, it's going to become a little bit of a lighter tan color, just like that previous matchstick we made. Oh, and this is something that I haven't really noticed myself yet, but they've just placed that mold inside of this box up in the front. And this is another type of annealer, so basically just a big box that keeps things warm or cools things down slowly. And it's also being held right at 925 degrees Fahrenheit. It's just keeping the mold warm and kind of preheated so that the glass doesn't cool down too much when they place it inside of the mold. And we're now stretching that matchstick out by swinging it back and forth. If you haven't seen this already, this is once again just creating some centrifugal force, which is pulling the glass outward. So over on this right bench, we have a few of the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team members. They're making some store items, and I would probably personally describe this as a vase, but it's supposed to be a cooling tower shape. And do you know what that shape is? If you don't, that's fine. It's the way it was described to me is almost like an hourglass shape. It's going to be a little bit more subtle, not so squeezed in, and it's going to be completely flat on the top and the bottom, so it just flares out and it stays that way. It doesn't curve back around. That's the best way I can describe it. But they're just going to be creating this shape over and over again, just making sure that they have some items for the store. Yeah, so the glass starts off basically as this sort of sandy, clumped together mixture. And you already had the ingredients pretty much right. It's a soda lime glass, which means there's a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone, and then mostly silica sand, of course. And that's it. It's just thrown into the furnace, and that creates the clear glass mixture. And for the colors, it's still that same basic mixture, but they add different minerals and metal oxides to create these colors. Oh yeah, it would be pretty much completely clear. I think if the glass is really, really thick, it might have a slight green or yellow tinge or something, but I think that's pretty natural. It's really hard to get like crystal clear glass. I can't remember. No, we actually get the mixture shipped in, and then we just throw it into the furnace and melt it down. Yeah, and the reason we do that is because it has to be perfectly exact every time. And so we just make sure that we have that same mixture every time. I remember they changed it relatively recently, and they actually had to change the temperature of some of the furnaces and the annealers to prevent the glass from cracking. It was really interesting how much of a difference it can make when you're switching companies or just changing a teeny little element. Like, how do they start with that ball on the end, basically? Yeah, so the glass is sitting inside of a ceramic crucible inside of the furnaces with the closed doors. So each time you see us go into those furnaces specifically, that's where we're getting the molten glass. And it's kept at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. I'd say it's like gathering honey on the end of a wooden dowel. It's exactly that same motion. The glass just sticks to the end of the heated pipe. Also, just to point out, at the center bench, we just did an important move. We brought over a second pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end. We attached it to the bottom of the matchstick, and then we broke the matchstick off from its original pipe. So this has basically opened up the top of the matchstick, but we'll close it off. And this allows us to work on the other side of the piece. We've basically just flipped the orientation. And this is where we're going to be applying some colors. I'm not quite sure yet if they're going to be adding some red or some black. Depends on whether this is going to be a burned match or not. And it looks like they're doing the same process over on the right bench where they're adding that pipe right onto the bottom and then breaking the piece off, tapping the pipe. Yeah, so same exact process that we just did at the center and right bench. We're basically just placing the piece onto another pipe, and it gives us access to the other side. And for those who just joined, I'm sure you can already tell, but we're making a matchstick at the center bench right here. We're pretty far along. We still need to add some color to the top of the matchstick where the head is. And then over on that right bench, completely unrelated project, we have some Hot Shop team members that are making items for the museum store. And they are making kind of these vase-shaped vessels. So to close off the top of this matchstick, Eric is going in with the jacks, which are 2 metal blades. Can't quite see behind him on the screen, but he's closed that opening off by cinching down with those blades. And then he cut the end piece off completely, which you can see on the floor now. So this just leaves us with a completely round top. So right now they're actually blowing into the end of the pipe and expanding the head of the match a little bit more. And they're double checking those measurements, making sure that all of the matches are around the same size. They're not going to be exactly the same, but we want to make sure that they're all hitting certain lengths and widths, of course. So this is how they're going to measure the length of the matchstick. And of course, if it's not long enough, they'll go through that process again where they heat up the entire thing and then swing it to kind of stretch it out. Yeah, it looks like we're done with our piece over on the right bench. So just like earlier, to break any piece off, they apply a little bit of water to that connecting point. And this is literally cracking that connection. So we have to be careful not to touch the bottom of the piece with that water. Then we tap the pipe, that sense of vibration to those small cracks, breaking that piece cleanly off. We're torching the bottom to actually stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. We try to do this with every piece that we put into the store. And that piece is done. So this is going into a separate annealer. So it looks like we're using both annealers on the far walls of the hot shop, just because we are making a decent amount of pieces today that take up a decent amount of space. And it looks like we are now using the powder booth, so we've seemingly disappeared around the corner. But this is us going to a special booth that's going to make sure we don't inhale any of that glass powder as we're using it, as that could be really dangerous. And this is just a black powdered glass. Right now it looks a little bit more gray, but that's just because of the fineness that it has been ground up into. And after applying this layer of color, they'll go to the reheating furnace, they'll melt it down a little bit, and then they will come back for more. And this process repeats maybe about 4 or 5 times, usually just to make sure that that color is really rich. Just adding some natural texture here. Yeah, so once again, we've just gone over to the powder booth, just applying that next layer of color. And then over on the right bench, we're actually applying color over there as well, just in a different way. Yeah, this process that you'll see over on the right bench, this is called a color drop or a color overlay. It gives us a really smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece, instead of the sort of speckled texture that Frit gives us, which are, once again, kind of the shards of colored glass like we used for the matchstick. So just to give you guys some reference, this is what colored glass looks like in the very beginning. This is called color bar. And we will basically break it into sections because it's pretty rich, usually, depending on the color. And we'll melt that section down like Nick is doing inside of the furnace right now. And this is dropped on top of a small clear bubble, which Gabe has at the bench right now. So you'll see that process in just a moment. And if you were to look at the cross section of many different blown pieces that have one solid color, you would see basically this thin layer of color sandwiched between layers of clear glass, and this is how we achieve that. We really don't need a lot of color. So we just drop that color onto the end of the pipe. And next, they'll go through the process of basically pushing and rolling that color back until it covers up that clear bubble. And once again, the colored glass is basically just the same ingredients as the clear glass. The only thing is it has added minerals and metal oxides to create those different colors. And sometimes that does make the glass act just a little bit differently. Like, for example, this black glass that we added to the match, it is actually textured. You could see the texture on that matchstick. And could I have some of Eric Wall's artwork up on the screen, please? Thank you. So once again, I just want to point out that the person who's sitting down at the center bench, she's the one who's designed and is creating these matchsticks with the help of those around him. And this is some more of his artwork that's up on the screen right now that is playing in the form of a slideshow. And these matchsticks are a pretty popular item of Eric's. I've seen him make them a few different times. And if you haven't seen this yet, this is basically just folded up newspaper soaked in water. That's all that pad in Eric's hand is. And he's physically squeezing into the glass with his fingers and creating these indentations just to make the matchstick seem a little bit more realistic, as if it has kind of folded in on itself or wrinkled on itself while it burned. And once again, just to point out, when we're swinging the glass, whether it's just swinging it back and forth or even spinning it 360, this is just creating centrifugal force, the outward pulling force from that spinning or swinging, and it's just stretching the glass out even further than if we were to just hang it down and let gravity pull it. So just a little bit of a sped up process. And welcome to those who recently or just joined in. We have a couple of different things going on in the hot shop at the same time, so it's going to be very visually busy down here. But I'm going to mostly be focusing on the center bench here, where Eric Wall, the man who's sculpting this matchstick, is creating these matchsticks today. And this one, I mean, they're all pretty quick. This one is burnt down, basically, which I'm sure you can tell. Sometimes he'll make some matchsticks that have the red tip as well, and he'll kind of place them side by side. But over on the right bench, we have the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, and they are just working on a few museum store items, just making sure that we have a few things in stock. And these pieces are ending up the shape of cooling towers, as it was described to me. And the best way I can describe that is almost like an hourglass shape, but it's completely flared out on top and then just flat, and then completely flared out on bottom and just flat. So it's not actually rounded at the top and the bottom. And of course, if you guys have any questions at any point, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. I just want to point out real quick as well that I have closed captioning on the screen. These torches are being used all day today, and they're pretty loud, and so it's really hard to hear me sometimes. Yeah, it looks like at the center bench we're actually breaking this matchstick off and putting it away to cool down. And to do this, we will always use a little bit of water, so we're just placing some water on that connection point. Then we tap the pipe, and that pops that piece right off. And this is going inside of an annealer. If you haven't seen these boxes before, they stay at around 925 degrees Fahrenheit. And we're going to continue to fill it up and keep it at that temperature. And once it's done, once we're completely full or we're done for the day, we just press a button and it slowly cools down overnight. This is usually about a 12-hour cycle, so we won't see these pieces again until tomorrow. And then we're also using an annealer on the right side of the hot shop for the store pieces, so we will be using 2 different boxes today. And we have already started the next matchstick. They have almost a little bit of a production style teamwork going on, where they are starting the next piece already while they're finishing the last one, so that they can just keep the ball rolling. So they already have all the color they need for the body of the matchstick. So even though it looks red right now, this is going to turn into a light kind of, ooh, what's the color for this? Like a light tan color. And interestingly enough, I actually do have a video that I've been meaning to play and kind of test out today. This is a video kind of about our artist that's sitting down at the center bench right now. His name is Eric Wall, once again. And yeah, we'll kind of just see how this video goes. Could I have that video, please?
For me, glass is simply the material that I'm comfortable working in. It is simply the vehicle with which I use to create my ideas. For me, technique is cheap. If there isn't concept behind it, then there's no point to it for me. The title for this piece is A Drop in the Ocean. A drop in the ocean is inconsequential. It doesn't raise the level of the ocean at all. And the turtles could represent that drop in the ocean. As they finally reach the beach, the reverse Normandy surge and the turtles get to the water, they plunk in, and that is the drop in the ocean. It's just sort of this stream of consciousness thing, and that's what my sketchbook is. There's very few drawing in the sketchbook. It's just random thoughts and ideas that I have that then coalesce into sculptures. In this case, the stream of good consciousness, whale sharks and 1,000-pound tuna, 1.5-inch turtles too, vultures eat turtles. But that was just the stream of consciousness thing that just sort of got written down by my hand. So often, glass gets caught up in the technical aspects, in the craft of the material, because it is a very difficult material to use. But for me, that is just inconsequential. It is about the ideas and the concepts and precepts that are important to me. And if I can hone those down and remove everything so that my work reads what it needs to read, that's all that I need.
Yeah, so I just want to point out once again that, oh, wait, that turned down my mic volume a little bit. Maybe just a little. That was just a video of our artist who's sitting down at the center bench once again. His name is Eric Wall. Yeah, if you guys ever have any questions for any of the artists, I can always ask them whenever they're not super busy, kind of relay information to you guys. Maybe I already know the answer. Or if you have questions about the hot shop too, just let me know. Also, this piece at the center bench is, I was incorrect about it earlier. This is a bubble that was blown out into this round shape, which you can obviously see right now. But this is actually going to end up red. So earlier I was like, it's not going to be red. It's actually going to be red. And this is the head of a matchstick that is unburned. So far today we've been creating burned matchsticks, so a lot of them have black on the ends of them, but this time we're just going to have a red cap on the end of this long rectangular or long square matchstick. And it's really fun to watch them make these matchsticks. They have this mold that they'll set up in the front right here, and then because the bubble is so long, they have to climb up all these stairs to put the bubble inside of the mold. So they've just broken that piece off on the right bench, and to completely finish it off, like a lot of store pieces, we'll torch the bottom, superheat it until it's a little bit molten, and then we stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo for the store. And it looks like each of these are turning out various transparent colors, and then they just have that spiral of white going all the way around the side of the piece, which I hope you guys got to see the process of that spiraling. If you didn't, then I'll make sure to point it out next time. But they use this contraption that they have kind of up in the front right here. Now, while Eric has been creating that red cap at the center bench, over on the left bench, we have someone who's been preparing the body of the matchstick. And this starts out as any other bubble has to. We have to always start with just a single gather of clear on the end of our pipe, and then we build upon that. And at this moment, we're applying a little bit of color over the surface of this entire big bubble of glass. This color is in the form of these little chunks of colored glass, almost like sand. Yeah, and this is called frit. It's going to end up a light tan color. You can see it sitting in the bowl kind of on the left side of the screen. And this is a really good example of how frit turns out in a final product as well. It gives us kind of a speckled appearance. So we always will ship colors in, and we'll start off with that color. So we don't really have to hand mix anything or worry about anything like that. But we do have colors that are more expensive or harder to work with. For example, I just pulled this out because this is what the color usually looks like when we get it shipped in. This is called Color Bar. But the most expensive color, for example, is gold chloride. It creates kind of a pinkish, purplish cranberry color. That's the best way to describe it. It's usually transparent. And then one difficult color to work with is a white that is called Duro. And I think they call it Duro, kind of like durability or something, but it's really stiff. And so we have to work with it in a completely different way than we would any other color in the hot shop. But yeah, we always start off with the color, so we don't really have to worry too much about recreating colors because we'll always start with that same one. Oh, also just to point out, you're about to see how we use Color Bar over on that right bench right now. So once again, that bar of color I just held out, we basically took a section of it, melted it down, and we're now going to drop it onto the end of this clear bubble. And then they'll go through the process of kind of pushing and rolling this color back until it completely covers up that clear. And this is going to create a layer of color across the entire piece, no matter how thin we blow it out. And we use a pretty small amount, kind of depending on the color, but usually we don't have to use very much, just because the colored glass is pretty rich. And this moment, Eric is using the Marver, which is this large metal table. And whenever we roll the glass on the Marver, it's shaping it overall, yes, but it is also cooling the surface of the glass down wherever the glass touches the table. And this can help prevent it from blowing too thin in some areas. It really helps control the thickness of the glass. Yeah, so what we have going on today, we actually have two completely separate projects going on. Up in the front here, this is what I've been mainly focusing on. We have Eric Wall, who is blowing into the pipe. He has designed and created all of these different matchsticks that we're seeing being made today. This matchstick that we're making specifically is going to be an unburned matchstick, so it's going to have a red cap on the end. But the other ones that we were making previously today, they've been adding black color. They've been kind of squeezing them to crimp them up and make them look like they've been burned. Some of them even turn out like a little bit crooked, like the wood started curling on itself. So these are really fun to watch. I've seen him do these a few different times, but he also makes other artwork as well. And could I actually have that on the slideshow right now, please? Yeah, so we have a slideshow that I've been playing on and off throughout the day, and this gives you an idea of the finished products of his, such as those matchsticks, And then I've also seen him create some blue-footed boobies. He's made artwork related to sea life. The slideshow isn't moving, by the way. And to keep this mold warm, we've been keeping it inside of this annealer in the front at around 925 degrees Fahrenheit. If we were to use this mold cold, then the glass would possibly not expand all the way. It could possibly even ripple or crack. There's a lot of different things that we're just keeping an eye on. And by the way, what you just saw there, Eric was heating that glass up and then he started swinging it. This is to stretch the glass out and create a little bit of a longer shape for the piece. We're just trying to hit certain lengths for each of these matchsticks. So welcome into the Hot Shop to those who joined. I just want to give you a quick little overview, talk about what we have going on here. So at the center bench, we have Eric Wall, who is currently holding onto the pipe. Everyone around him is assisting him in making these matchsticks, which we're pretty far along with this matchstick already. We are just kind of touching up this side of the matchstick again. We're going inside of this mold, which gave us this perfectly rectangular shape. Each time we go in a mold, we'll usually give it a little puff of air. This forcefully pushes the glass into the mold, which gives it that crisp lines on the corners. By the way, we've already created the head for this matchstick. So what is going to be the burning part of the match? It's sitting inside of this silver box right here. So whenever you see somebody working with or around this silver box, they're probably working with that head of the matchstick, which is red. And this box just keeps anything we put inside of it warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And yes, it is just warm for glass. If it were any hotter, it would melt. If it were any colder, it would break. So it's kind of a perfect happy medium. And then over on the right, this is just a completely separate project. I haven't been focusing on it very much because it's a little bit repetitive, but we have a few of our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team members who are making some store items. And these are basically vases. They have almost an hourglass shape, but they're perfectly flat on the top and the bottom. Yeah, for those who just joined, I was just talking about what we have going on today right before you walked in, but I'm going to repeat just the center bench real quick. We're working on some matchsticks, and this is kind of the body of the matchstick. We already have the head of the matchstick created, and it's just waiting to be attached to the body. And it looks like we've pulled out the head of the matchstick over on the left bench, by the way. You can kind of see it up on the screen as well in the background. And it's pretty large. This is going to be red eventually. It just looks a little bit darker when we're working with the glass in the hot shop. Different colors will react in slightly different ways. And they've come pretty far along with this piece on the right bench. They're just flaring it open and doing some final touches with it, really. And I can't wait for when they create this piece from the beginning, because I really want to show you guys how they got that spiral of white around the entire piece. It's a really fun process to watch. And I'm sure you guys will see it if you stick around for the next one. Oh, and by the way, at the center bench, if you're wondering why he's swinging this glass around, this is to create centrifugal force, basically an outward pulling force, and that's stretching the glass out. So we're trying to lengthen this matchstick a little bit. And I've been pointing out whenever we break these pieces off for the Museum of Glass store, we'll superheat the bottom with this really sharp hot flame. And then we stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. And we try to do this with every store item if we can. Sometimes the bottom is a little bit too thin to do this, but they've been purposefully working around that with these ones. And if you haven't seen these boxes already, by the way, this piece has just gone into, this is an annealer, and it stays right at around 925 degrees Fahrenheit the entire time we're using it or making glass during the day. We'll load it up as much as we can, and then we will turn it off. And it's programmed to slowly cool down after we turn it off, and this process is called annealing. And if you're curious, this process usually takes about 12 hours, so we end up not seeing the pieces until the next day. By the way, at this point, we're getting ready to attach the head of the matchstick to the end of the matchstick itself. So we're superheating the very end of the matchstick at the same time. We haven't been able to see it, but we've been heating up the opening or the connection point of the head of the matchstick over there as well. We're just superheating the two connection points so that when we bring them together, they connect almost like glue. Yeah, so you can see that this is actually hollow. The entire piece itself is hollow. And next we've just brought that piece over, and Eric himself is going to attach these two pieces of glass. And once those two are connected, it's just making sure that connection is smooth and secure, and then eventually they'll break away this second pipe that they use to bring the head of the match over. And to break anything away, we just apply a little bit of water, which cracks that connection. And that connection was really ready to come off. So they popped that extra pipe away really quickly. It did leave them with a little bit of clear glass on the very end, but the way we get rid of this is just by superheating that little spot of clear and then just picking it off with a pair of tweezers. And for those who are just joining in, wow, there's a lot of people now. We are making some matchsticks at the center bench, which I'm sure you can already tell by the shape, but this is how they end up. On the screen, I have an image of the final product of how Eric likes to display these matchsticks. And he's been creating the burned ones all day today so far. This is the first non-burned one I've seen so far. They're really fun to watch. Thank you. And once again, I am focusing mostly on these matchsticks at the center bench, but over on the right bench, they're working on a completely separate project, which are these pieces that are going into the Museum of Glass's store. And these are basically vases. They're flared out on the top and the bottom a little bit, almost like an hourglass shape. Oh yeah, just to point out, over closer to the right side of the hot shop, Gabe has just gathered another layer of clear glass onto the end of this pipe. So anytime we go to this tank with the closed door specifically, this is our glass furnace, and it literally holds a pool of molten glass inside of it, inside of a giant ceramic crucible. So just like gathering honey on the end of a wooden dowel, all we need to do is stick a heated pipe into that glass and then turn, and it's going to gather a ball on the end. That's how we start all of our projects. And from there, we just build layer upon layer to kind of just build up some mass. And then, of course, if we want color, we apply color. So it looks like we're actually getting ready to break this matchstick off and put it away. and just let it cool down overnight. So we're going to start heating up this area where the glass is connected to the pipe until we start to see a little bit of movement in that connection. And the reason for doing this is, well, some of you guys may remember that we use water to break the piece off of the pipe. And of course, when we do this, this is cracking that connection to physically break it off. But if the surrounding glass is cold, the cracks from that water can actually travel through that cold glass. So we always try to surround that entire area with a lot of heat before we break a piece off of the pipe. And then, of course, you can see somebody is suited up in these Kevlar gloves to physically pick up this matchstick and put it away. So this is your last chance to get some photos of this matchstick before it's put away. And it's going to be put away over on the left side of the hot shop, by the way, just to point out. And just to describe this matchstick a little bit more, this piece is completely hollow for anyone who joined a little bit later. So the head of the matchstick was blown separately, and then the body of the matchstick was blown separately, and they just brought the two pieces together. And at this point, this is when we are going to break it off. So we've torched it to the point where now you can see it's starting to move a little bit very slowly on the end of the pipe when we stop turning. And to break it off, just like all of the other pieces today, we're just applying a little bit of water, and then we'll tap the pipe. And that piece was cleanly broken off. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that matchstick. Thanks. So this is the annealer. Once again, this is held at 925 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's just keeping this piece of glass warm until we're ready to cool it down. And then from there, it slowly drops over about 12 hours. So we won't see that piece again until tomorrow once it's safely cooled down. Oh, and just perfect timing. This is what I was pointing out to some of you guys who have been hanging out for a while. This is the process I really want you to see. This is how we're creating these spirals of white color on these blown pieces on the right. So we have this set up. These are two rollers that are spinning the pipe and kind of pulling it back a little bit very slowly. And this just creates for perfect rotations, and that creates perfectly spaced lines, which you'll see in a moment. And we have a really good view of this up on the screen, by the way, if you don't have a good view of it up front and close to you. It's just really satisfying. And just like that, we already have spirals of white color on the outside of our piece. And the base color of this piece is some sort of transparent color. All of them have been a little bit different throughout the day. We're going with purples, blues, greens, anything you can imagine. They're all transparent. And then we have the wrap of white around the outside, and that's it. And this is going to be blown out just like the previous one we made over there. If you didn't see that one, it's almost like an hourglass shape, but it's completely flared out on the top and the bottom. So there's no roundness to the top and the bottom. And if you guys ever have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. It can be questions about the artists who are here. It can be questions about the museum or the glass. Anything is fine. Yeah, so we actually use natural gas and forced air for all of the furnaces in the back. And then these torches that we have set up, some of them actually use propane and oxygen. Yeah, we use a lot of stainless steel tools, and so all of the heat that we use in here is nowhere near close enough to melt metal like steel anyways. I know it can melt aluminum. I've seen aluminum melted many times in the hot shop on accident, but everything else is fine. And sometimes we'll actually work with copper in the glass. Sometimes you'll see pieces that have copper cages or even copper inside of the piece. We'll also work with silver leaf and gold leaf to create, literal golden pieces of glass. Yeah, so when you see these guys working with the glass, they're really just inches away from the glass. Like on this screen right here, Gabe is working with folded newspaper, and that's it, just folded newspaper, and he's kind of using them to shape the glass with his hand. This is as close as you'll see us get to touching the glass. But we're really not too worried about the glass itself. The more dangerous aspect of glass blowing is actually things that look cold but are not, such as metal surfaces in the hot shop. You might just be walking around, and if you don't know what you're doing, you could lean on something like this, thinking it's fine, and it's actually 900 degrees Fahrenheit inside. And pieces of glass that pop off of the piece, like the scrap on the floor, that stuff looks cold. It can also be at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We do use special gloves to hold our pieces of glass, like you saw when we put that piece away. So Kevlar is the same material as firefighting suits, apparently, and that is really protective, but we still want to limit the amount of time we handle a piece of glass. And then other than that, we all just wear either prescription glasses or safety glasses and just call it good. Yeah. So we're getting started on another matchstick already. We're currently rolling this big ball of glass into this metal dish over on the left. And inside of this metal dish, we have shards of colored glass. These are kind of like a light tan color. And this is sticking to the outside of that molten glass and creating a speckled layer that's supposed to look like the texture of wood for these matchsticks. Yeah, could we have a view of the left bench, please? Thank you. Yeah, so if you haven't seen the inside of this bowl already, you can actually see it on the edge of the screen right here. So those are those shards of colored glass I was mentioning. And could I have the picture of the final product of these matchsticks, please? So for anyone that's joined in relatively recently, on the screen I have an image of how these matchsticks are supposed to be displayed and turn out. And once again, Eric Wall, he creates a lot of these matchsticks. I've seen them arranged in slightly different ways as well, but this is one of his more, famous classic setups right here. And this is exactly what we're seeing in the hot shop. So this next matchstick that we're making, I believe, is going to be one of the burned ones, just based off of what I'm seeing so far in the hot shop. We'll usually start with the red cap or the red head of the matchstick if we're making an unburned one. But this time we didn't start with that red cap, so this is telling me we're making a burned one. And yeah, thank you. I think I'd actually like to see some more of Eric Wall's artwork. That's something I haven't showed off in a little while. So we've seen his matchsticks, that's what we're making today, but he does make a variety of other things as well, such as these blue-footed boobies. These are really cool. I had the privilege of seeing one of these made right in front of me. So before we blow a bubble of glass out or expand the bubble of glass, we'll always use something called a block, which is what we're seeing at the center bench. This is a wooden spoon-shaped tool that will keep completely saturated in water whenever we're not using it. And these are usually made out of a fruit wood. I've heard that they keep water a little bit better, so they're more saturated with water. This is going to basically cool the surface of the glass a little bit. It's shaping it into a really round, even shape. And it's just to make sure the bubble blows out evenly from inside of all of this glass. The bubble is pretty small at this point. And up on the screen, this is another one of the most satisfying things you can see in glass blowing. So right here, Gabe took a pair of shears and he was cutting a bunch of glass off just around the opening. And this is called trimming. We're just making sure that we have basically the right amount of glass for the piece. It looks like there's a little bit too much. This also gets rid of a little bit of gross glass from that breaking point. Break the piece off of the pipe, and then there's a thicker section of glass remaining, and there's an uneven surface because it's where we broke it off. So it just kind of perfects it. And then from here, this is where they flare it open. And you can see how quickly they make these pieces, which is exactly why I'm not highlighting them very much, is because they're so fast. And then back to the center bench, Eric is now using the Marver, which is this large metal table, to shape and cool this glass down. Whenever we cool the glass, this is going to, of course, make the glass stiffer. It's going to blow out a little bit less in that direction, which makes the glass remain thicker in that section. So we can kind of control which areas of the glass we want to be thicker versus thinner. And this is really important for making odd-shaped pieces like this super long matchstick. And just like that, the piece over on the right bench is already done. So they're breaking it off with a little bit of water on the end of that pipe. And then they'll stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo just before putting it away. That's kind of their final step, final touch. And at the center bench, we're actually getting ready to lengthen this piece of glass into basically a long tube. And we've also just brought out this mold. And you can already tell from the shape, it's just this really long square-shaped mold. And this is exactly what we'll be using to get the shape for the matchstick. It was sitting inside of this box to preheat. We want to make sure that the hot glass isn't touching anything cold. And the metal in this mold would be super cold if it wasn't sitting inside of that box at 925 degrees Fahrenheit. So immediately after stretching that piece of glass out, Eric goes right into the mold, and he's going to start blowing air inside of this piece of glass. This is expanding it inside of the mold, forcefully pushing it into all of those crevices that we have, and it's going to take on that shape really well because of it. Also, you'll notice something interesting about this. So we had this big piece of glass kind of sticking out of the top of the mold. Usually this is something we wouldn't really want. It's kind of excess that we would break away. But in this case, they have been turning them into the heads of the matchsticks because it kind of turns out that perfect shape anyways. So they've kind of completed 2 steps in one go. They've gotten the body of the matchstick and the head of the matchstick. And you'll usually see them reheat the very edges or the very end of a piece and then go in the mold again. This is just to crisp up those lines even more. They already have that general shape, but this is really going to make sure that those corners are very crisp, basically, very sharp. And then that mold goes right back into the annealer to stay warm for the next piece. And I think a lot of you guys saw this with the last matchstick already, but for those who haven't seen it, this swinging or sometimes even 360 spinning is creating centrifugal force, which is pulling and stretching that glass out even further. So it's just creating a longer matchstick. We're trying to hit a certain length for these matchsticks. I think it was like 36.5 inches, which are pretty big. Yeah, so I get this question every now and then, what do we do with our scrap glass? And this scrap glass that we're seeing today specifically, first of all, it's fallen on the floor where we have a bunch of dirt, bunch of wax, and it's picking it up in the hot glass. Second of all, this glass has layers of clear and color at the same time. It's kind of mixed together, so we can't use it as clear again. We can't use it as color again. And so there's not really much we can do with the scrap. But whenever we are practicing pieces or just working with clear in general, we completely reuse our clear glass very frequently because our furnaces are all clear glass. So we do reuse the majority of our glass, but this scrap is very little, and that is what is wasted. Now, this is a really important step right here that I've missed talking about for the rest of the day, so I'm just going to mention this is a drill bit that is made out of tungsten. We're pushing it and drilling it into the bottom of this matchstick. This is creating a hole in the bottom, of course, but the reasoning for this is because we're going to completely close off the top of the matchstick, where the head is, and we don't want to create a vacuum, a completely sealed piece of blown glass. If we do this, the glass can actually implode on itself. It's just due to heat and pressure. Something crazy happens with the glass, and the glass can completely implode. So we will always make sure that there's a hole somewhere in blown sculptures like this. So eventually we will have a second hollow pipe that we'll bring over and we'll attach over that hole we drilled in the bottom. And this is going to allow us to still be able to blow into the piece later on after we close the top of the matchstick, which is currently attached to the pipe. You'll see when we break this matchstick off, it's going to basically create a hole or an opening in the top of it, and so we'll need to close that off, and then we'll actually be able to add that black powdered glass to create the burned look for the match. It'll be a really cool process, and when we do that, by the way, we kind of seemingly disappear around the corner. I'll make sure to talk about it when they're doing it, but this is them going to a powder booth. We want to make sure that we're not inhaling any glass powder when we're working with it, so we have to go to the corner and use this special ventilated booth. So anytime the museum is open, we'll always have something going on down in the hot shop. The only exception is we have a 1-hour lunch break anytime that, we're open for a full day. So that's the only time that you won't see us down here, but we always have something going on, whether it's visiting artists, kind of like we have right now, whether it's our hot shop team making store items. And today we actually had both, which is pretty rare, actually. Oh, and to add to that, by the way, we have a live stream that runs. You can find it on the museum's website, or you can even just find it on YouTube by searching up Museum of Glass. And so if you're ever just bored, you just want to watch some glass blowing, just randomly, you can just pull it up whenever you want. You can pull it up at work, you can pull it up at home, just watch us blow glass. So we just attached that second pipe. We applied a little bit of water to our breaking point, and then we tapped the pipe to completely break that piece off. And now you can see, after doing this, we've basically flipped the orientation. We're now working on the side of the piece that has the head of the matchstick, and we're done working on the bottom of the matchstick. And on top of that, you can also see that we have a small opening in the end of this matchstick, and we're gonna work on closing that off next thing. So we're superheating just the top of the match and nothing else at this moment. So to close off this opening, Eric is going in with a pair of jacks, those 2 metal blades, and he squeezed down until it basically cut off the opening. And then to completely break off that excess piece of glass, you just went in with a pair of diamond shears. That's what that tool is called, because it creates the shape of a diamond when the blades come together. So right now he's actually having someone blow into the end of the pipe just to expand the head of the match a little bit more. We want it to be a little bit of a longer shape and a little bit wider as well. And they are trying to hit at least similar measurements for each of these matchsticks. So you'll see them going with these measuring tools every now and then. They're checking the width of the matchstick's head. They're checking the length of the matchstick overall. Oh, and if you haven't seen these tools already, this is just folded up newspaper soaked in water. That's all this pad is in Eric's hand. And by using these on the side, we can kind of push the glass outward more, so it creates a little bit of a longer, narrower shape. And next we transfer the piece over to the far left bench. And this is almost just like a little resting area for it. This is where we're going to be heating the piece up a little bit in between the applications of that powdered black glass. So right now they're just keeping the cold areas of the glass warm. The back end of the piece is the last thing to go into the furnace and the first thing to come out, so it naturally gets really cold, and we have to keep everything at least a similar temperature, around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know that sounds really hot, but the glass is still completely solid at that point. And now we've seemingly disappeared around the corner. We're in our powder booth. And could we have a view of that powder booth, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, we have a view of this powder booth. We will sift the powdered black glass over top of the heated part of the glass, which in this case is the end of the matchstick. And this is not how it's going to look as a final result. Once we melt it in a little bit, it's going to change to a darker color. However, I've noticed that this process allows the black glass to remain almost a little bit gritty, so it really does look like it's textured like burnt wood. And then we go back into the furnace to reheat that glass. And we'll do this many times over, I think about like 4 or 5 times. So we just want to make sure that that black color is really rich and we can't see through it at all. Otherwise it breaks that illusion of this area of the wood is burned, this area of the wood is not. And right here, Eric is dipping the very tip of the matchstick into a bowl that has that same black powder. This is the hardest part to get on any piece of glass, is the very end, because it's a little bit rounded and the glass just kind of slips off when you try to dust it on there. So this way we can get a really rich black color on the very end of the matchstick. And we still have many more steps from here. We'll be able to shape the glass to make it look more natural, as if it has actually burned. So they're going to kind of quote unquote mess the glass up by kind of squeezing it and crimping it and then twisting it even. And we also have this bucket of water they've been using every now and then today in the back. And this is to crack the surface of the glass, and that's just another layer of detail they're adding on top of everything else. The appearance of burned wood has a little bit of a crackly surface, so it's trying to add that level of texture to it as well. Also, I got a question about how this piece is supposed to look as a final product or how it might be displayed, and I do have an example image for anyone that hasn't seen that. Could I have the image of the matchsticks up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, there's that image now. If you haven't seen it already, this is how it's displayed usually. He does display the matchsticks in a few different ways in many different places. He even has posters of these matchsticks, which is really cool. Once again, these are pretty popular pieces of his. Thank you. So this is where they are adding in that shape. So our artist, Eric Wall, once again, he's going in with these newspapers and he's physically squeezing with his fingers. He's squeezing this glass in. And this is allowing the glass to dip in and fold in, and it's creating just this more natural burned shape. And this little sprinkle of white glass powder, this is meant to look like ash. That's something that I was trying to figure out earlier. Sometimes they'll put things on glass that aren't glass, and it's meant to kind of etch or eat away at the surface or give it a texture in some sort of way. There's so many different things that they do with the glass. But in this case, it is just another glass color, and it's meant to look like ash. And right here, Eric is using a wooden paddle to support the weight from the bottom, and he's allowing the matchstick to re-straighten out in the body. He's not really too worried about the burnt part of the matchstick. That's supposed to look natural anyways, but the stick itself, we want to be pretty straight. So this is when we start using that bucket of water. We're mainly focusing the heat just on the end of the matchstick, right where we've applied that powdered color, that black glass. And we're dipping it in that bucket of water. This is cracking the glass, just adding that extra layer of detail. And at this point, we're getting ready to break it off and put it away. So we'll just start torching the back end of the matchstick, kind of where it's connected to the pipe, until we see some movement in that connection. And then we can go ahead and break it off. And if I haven't explained it to you guys already, the reason we're heating this surrounding area is because we break the piece off using water, which I think you guys saw earlier. But the cracks from the water can travel through cold glass. So if we don't keep that surrounding glass warm, then the piece can break. So we're just making sure everything stays warm. And then once we are ready, we just apply that water, break it off, and put it away. And I'll just point out again that these Kevlar gloves that are being worn, these are actually the same material as firefighting suits. So these protect our hands from the glass. Of course, we can still feel the heat through them, so we handle it as short of amount of time as possible. And just like that, that piece is done, and this is going into the annealer to cool down overnight. So we won't see it for about 12 hours. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause for their last piece before lunchtime. Round of applause. Thank you very much, guys. And does anyone have any final questions for me? All right. So we'll have the slideshow going of Eric Wool's artwork while we are in lunch, and we'll be here when you get back.
All right, so since our glass blowers are already moving, I might as well just get us started a little bit early. My name is Charlotte. I'm going to be your MC, so I'm the one to kind of tell you what's going on down here. If you can't tell already, we're working on these kind of hyper-realistic matchsticks. Yeah, so you can see really long matchsticks. And we're still just going in doing the shaping is what it looks like. Most of this match is actually made out of molding. So we use different molds to get that really nice square shape on the whole long stem of our matchstick. And I do believe with some of them we've been actually adding kind of powdered glass up towards the top to give it that burnt effect, like the matchstick has already been used. So right now it takes a lot of kind of back and forth heat. We're trying to make sure we're getting it hot enough. And then we're doing this really cool thing where we kind of hold the piece down towards the floor, and as we kind of rotate and spin it, we're having that glass get pulled. So gravity's kind of pulling it out from itself. We're looking for these matchsticks to be close to about 36.5 inches. So we are going in, measuring it, trying to make sure that all of our matchsticks that we are making are going to be really even and all the same length. You'll see we're going in with a really hot torch and a drill, and we're actually starting to drill a small hole on the bottom. Hello to those of you that are just joining us. Again, my name is Charlotte. I'm going to be your MC. If you have any questions at all about the process or what we're doing down here, please feel free to ask me. We're working on these 26.5-inch matchsticks, like I just mentioned. Some of these matchsticks will actually then be made to look like they've already been used and burnt. But right now we have just your classic style of matchstick. Hasn't had any of that extra color added to it to make it look any different. So while we're going through this process of starting to get ready to switch our match over to a new pipe, which is what we're going to be doing shortly, I'm going to give you a quick overview of our hot shop. So glass blowing always starts in our glass furnace. So you can see we just gathered some hot glass out of our glass furnace onto a blow pipe. So this glass furnace, it's the ones with the doors that are kind of glowing that you can see we get all that molten glass from. These hold about 1,000 pounds of hot glass, and they are running at all times. We never turn these furnaces off. They are kept on 24/7. They are about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, and we kind of switch between the two that we have. So when one starts to go empty, we have the other one all stocked up with that 1,000 pounds of glass ready for us to start using it. So the glass furnaces are really important for us. They hold only clear glass, so all the glass that we get out of there is completely colorless, and then we manually actually add the color onto our glass. So what we're working with our matchsticks is glass that we then added color to. So it all starts clear, and then we can kind of change it to our liking. We can change the color of glass in 3 different ways. So I mentioned powdered glass, which is a very fine kind of sand type of glass. Usually we do it in a special thing called our powder box, which is off to the side. It's just got constant air filtration so that you aren't breathing in or I'm not breathing in any of that powdered glass. The second way is we can use kind of a pebble-like consistency of glass. It's kind of crushed up glass. We call that frit. So F-R-I-T. And then the third is called a color bar, which is a solid bar of colored glass. We can break those into smaller chunks, heat it up, and then actually kind of let it melt and cover the surface of the clear glass. So those are the 3 different ways. They all kind of give us different effects to our glass. Color bars give us very consistent color, whereas the frit, those chunky kind of pebbles, give us a very varied type of coloring to it and allows some of that clear glass to still show through. In our case, we are using a color bar to color these matchsticks, and then to create any effect of the burnt up matchstick, we use the powder, kind of dust it onto the surface. You'll see it looks like we're ready now to go ahead and attach on our new pipe. So the hole that we drilled into the bottom of our matchstick earlier is really important because it's going to allow us to still get airflow through the whole piece. So we drilled a hole so that we can connect this blowpipe and still be able to get some blowing into the glass. You'll see once we have a solid connection, we're going to go ahead and get ready to break off this matchstick. Our glass blower is going to grab a little bit of water in his tweezers and apply it to that breaking point, and then we're going to tap on our pipe and send vibrations through. So we're able to do this in glass blowing just because we create a weak spot in our glass. Usually we call it a jack line, and that weak spot then can be heated up enough that the water will have a reaction when it hits the surface and create small cracks in the surface of our glass. And as we hit that pipe, it sends those vibrations through, encouraging it to break at that point. It doesn't always kind of go with what we want it to and doesn't always break at that point. But for the most part, if you follow those steps, we're able to get that really clean break where we would like it to be. So we're going to start just a process of having to really continuously heat up this other side of our match so that we can kind of mend that hole that we have left over from our blowpipe so that we can once again add more air into it instead of it just being like a hollow tube. So you'll see it's going to take a lot of heating kind of back and forth from what we call the glory hole back to our bench to continue torching it.